afternoon. Welcome to the Beaufort County Board of Education meeting of June 7th. This meeting will be live streamed by the county channel. It is a hybrid video conferencing meeting. Requests for public comment participation will be accepted between 5 p.m. and 5:30 by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to robin.cushionberry@beaufort.k12.sc.us. A reminder that Robin is spelled with a Y-N, R-O-B-Y-N. You will receive a phone call during public comments where you will be able to speak and address the board for a maximum 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you are in person, you may address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. Each speaker must fill out a public comment card. Please see the board clerk for a card. Requests for the second public comments will be accepted between 7 and 7:30 p.m. in the same manner as above. The second public comments will take prior to adjournment no later than 9 p.m. The second forum will be limited to 15 minutes. In the event the board has not finished addressing all items on the June 7th, 2022 agenda, the board will reconvene at 6 p.m. on June 8th, 2022, the next business day, to finish the agenda items. At this time, I need a motion to go into executive session. Dr. Watts?
I move that the Board of Education goes into executive session for the following reasons. Receipt of legal advice regarding 2 pending claims covered by the attorney-client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3478-2. Receipt of information related to security plans pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3420C. Employment matter regarding personnel ratification report pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3478-1. The adult education homeschool report pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3440A4. Discussion of negotiations incident to proposed modular classroom relocation at Pritchardville Elementary School, Amendment Number 21, to MBCon contract pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3478-2. Discussion of negotiations incident to proposed Whale Branch Early College High School Phase 1 Safety, Security, and Technology Infrastructure, Amendment Number 1, to Charles Perry Partners Incorporated, contract pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3478-2. And finally, discussion of negotiations incident to proposed Beaufort Middle School HVAC upgrade and drainage improvements and exterior wall repairs. Amendment Number 12 to Thompson Turner Construction contract pursuant to South Carolina Code Annal Section 3478-2.
Thank you. Is there a second? Ms. Fidrich, seconds. Any discussion? Mr. Smith?
Madam Chair, who will be advising us in executive session pursuant to the attorney privilege client privilege pursuant to South Carolina Codes Section 30-4-78-2, as well as employee ratification report?
Okay, Dr. Rodriguez will answer that question.
We have Mr. Gene Matthews. We have Ms. Wendy Cartledge for our pending claims, and then we have HR Hearing and district staff.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? At this time, all in favor of entering into executive session, please raise your hand or signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Wisniewski, aye.
Thank you. Mr. Smith? Thank you. So that's unanimous. I would like to point out that those members attending in person this evening are Ingrid Boatwright, Melvin Campbell, Christina Guatz, myself, Kathy Robine, Angela Middleton, Colonel Dick Geyer, Tricia Fidrick, Earl Campbell, and remotely at this time, subject to change, is Dr. Wisniewski and Mr. William Smith. We will now go into executive session. thank the audience for your patience. We did delay starting by 10 minutes so that we could finish our executive session business and not have to reconvene. So I appreciate your patience. So at this time, do we have any action as necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in executive session?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. We have several motions. The first, Madam Chair, I move we approve the superintendent's recommendation for employment listed on the May 1st to May 31st, 2022 Personnel Ratification Report.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Dr. Glad's had her hand up first. So, okay. Any discussion about that motion? The motion is I move that we approve the superintendent's recommendation for employment listed on the May 1st to May 31st, 2022 Personnel Ratification Report. Seeing no hands for discussion, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
So that's unanimous, 10-0. Is there another motion?
Yes, ma'am. The second motion, Madam Chair, I move we accept the superintendent's recommendation for the monthly adult education homeschool report for May 2022.
Is there a second? Okay, Ms. Fidrich? Any discussion regarding that report? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the vote. The motion again is to approve the superintendent's recommendation for, nope, it's not up there yet.
For the monthly adult
For the
education.
monthly adult education. I wanted to make sure it was up there before we did our vote.
There we go.
Okay, so now it's there for the monthly adult education homeschool report. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous, 10-0.
Madam Chair, the next motion, I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 1 with Charles Perry Partners, Inc. for Well Branch Early College High School, Phase 1, Safety, Security, and Technology Infrastructure based on the guaranteed maximum price, GMP, of $712,904.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, Mr. Smith seconds it. Is there any discussion? Mr. Smith?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm just looking forward to when we can not piece it to my recollection and just where we can just put it all together and get it done. So that we can have to keep bringing these types of motion forward. That's all I'll say about it. Thank you very much.
Any other discussion? This time I'd like to call the vote. The motion on the floor is the approval of amendment number 1 with Charles Perry Partners. Those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, 9 in favor, 1 abstention. Dr. Wisniewski.
Madam Chair, I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 21 with MB Construction Company, Inc. for the modular classroom relocation at Pritchardville Elementary School based on the guaranteed maximum price GMP of $782,000.
Is there a second? Mr. Earl Campbell? Are there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I call the vote. We will wait for it to come up. This is amendment number 21. Amendment number 21 with MB Construction for the modular classroom relocation at Pritchardville. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Are there any abstentions? 1 abstention, Dr. Wisniewski.
Madam Chair, this is the last amendment coming out of executive session. I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 12 with Thompson Turner Construction for the HVAC upgrades, drainage improvements, and exterior wall repairs at Beaufort Middle School based on the guaranteed maximum price GMP of $2,512,117.
Is there a second? Ms. Boatright? Any discussion regarding this amendment? Okay, this motion. So this is amendment number 12, and it's now on the screen with Thompson Turner Construction for HVAC upgrades at Beaufort Middle School. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. The vote carries 9 yeas, 1 abstention. Dr. Wisniewski.
Madam Chair, that concludes all of the motions coming out of executive session.
Great. Okay. So now I need a motion to approve the agenda. Dr. Gwatz,
I move that the board approve tonight's agenda.
is there a second? Trish Friedrich. Any discussion regarding the agenda? Seeing none, I call a vote on approval of the agenda. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous, 10-0. At this time, I would ask that you stand and join us and join in with us for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I ask that you remain standing after the pledge for a moment of silence.
One nation, under God.
This time, I would like to honor our fellow students in Texas that were taken from us way too long. Has been properly notified. So, Dr. Rodriguez, points of celebration.
Thank you, Ms. Robine. We'll begin this evening with our character education for the month of April for Northern Beaufort County. And so tonight, we're celebrating the Character Ed Student of the Month for April that exhibited the trait of forgiveness. Forgiveness is defined as to stop feeling anger towards someone who has done something wrong or to stop blaming someone. We're happy to announce that our Character Education Student of the Month for April is Brian Byron, a 7th grader at Whale Branch Middle School. And here to introduce their Student of the Month is Whale Branch Middle School Counselor Laverne Lawton.
Good evening. I just want to take this time to say thank you and congratulations to Brian, our 7th grade student at Whale Branch Middle School, for his character trait of forgiveness. I don't know if you all have read what was written, but it was just a common misunderstanding between he and a teacher that he later came back and apologized to his teacher about. So for that, he was nominated. And not only did he win for our school in general, but now he is now standing before you winning for the district. So congratulations.
Congratulations. Ms. Lawton, if you would come back up here, don't go too far now, because the Character Education Student of the Month for the month of May is also from Whale Branch Middle. And so we want to recognize tonight celebrating the Character Education Student of the Month of May, exhibiting the character trait of responsibility and cooperation. Responsibility is defined as being accountable in word and deed. Cooperation is defined as the process of working together to the same end. We're happy to announce that our Character Education Student of the Month for May is Jade Jones, an 8th grade student at Whale Branch Middle School. And Ms. Lawton, if you would come back and introduce your student.
So once again, we thank you and congratulations, Jade, for your honor of being recognized this evening. So in the month of May, it is actually a very tumultuous time for us preparing for promotion. So during that time, we were in the middle of preparing for our 8th grade promotion as she received this nomination. So again, congratulations, Jade.
We can get them. Oh, she took pictures. Okay, very good. Miss Allen is also here for Branch Middle School as well. Thank you, Miss Allen. Next item that I'd like to take a moment and recognize this evening is our game ball. And so I believe we have a member of our team who is here today thinking they're going to be helping Miss Walton with a presentation today. Thank you for that, Miss Walton. But really, she's here to receive a game ball. So I'd like to ask Dee Matthews to come up here, please. So Dee is somebody that we count on who's retired from our system, but has come back to help and to work within our system to support and mentor some of our administrators as well. She was an excellent administrator and is doing an excellent job mentoring our administrators and other roles that we also utilize Ms. Matthews for, but we really appreciate you. And so I want to give you one superintendent's game ball for all that you do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Congratulations. If you can, sorry about that untruth there, Ms. Matthews, but you'll forgive us, I'm sure. Next item on points of celebration is Battery Creek Future Farmers of America state champs. And so Battery Creek High School's Future Farmers of America team competed in the Wildlife Habitat Education Program this past spring. And here to tell us about the Future Farmers of America and the competition is agri-science instructor Elizabeth Melton.
Hi, good evening. Today I would like to recognize my 4 students who really went above and beyond. They went to practices after school, during their lunch times, on weekends, and they really showed up and showed out at the state competition this past year. They will go to London, Kentucky at the end of July to compete at nationals. They have also been recognized, and this is a surprise for most of them today, but they were also recognized by Nancy Mace, Congresswoman Nancy Mace, and receive a personalized letter and a copy of the congressional record where she did recognize them on the House floor. And then I do have our plaque here. I do want to make sure that everybody understands exactly what they did. What they had to do was they went out to Nemours Plantation in Yemassee. They were given a directive. They had to make on-site recommendations. They had to write a comprehensive wildlife management plan, which is typically about 4 pages plus the map. And then they had to give oral reasons. So all of them had to know every little piece of a very complex plan to help the species on that piece of property. So I'm very proud of them, and I'm excited to see what they do at nationals. So if I could have up here, Tanner McCracken, Hunter Smith, Hunter Hollingsworth, and Diego Vega.
What people?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah.
Ms. Lassard, thank you for being here as well. Boys, would you come back up here, please? So they want to know what species you were researching and working on a plan for.
We did a northern pintail, a river otter, a loggerhead shrike. What was the other one? Bobwhite quail. So what we did was we had to like look at the habitat, and we had to do what we would change to make the animal thrive, basically. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you, guys. Okay, and the last item on the points of celebration is some of our athletic accomplishments. And so Beaufort High School has a couple of state championships that we want to recognize and talk about. So 2 state champions from Beaufort High School in the sports of tennis and in track and field. And here to introduce the state champ is tennis coach Dave Riedmeyer, followed by track and field coach Mr. Herbert Glaze.
Hello. I'm introducing to you our excellent student and 4A, 5A state singles champion, Graham Angus. He's also a high school All-American tennis player. He works really, really hard, and Beaufort High is really proud of him because he's an 8th grader at Beaufort Middle. And we have, yeah. So he travels a lot around the state, even on the country at tournaments, even during the school year. Misses a little bit of school, and we appreciate that there's been some accommodations made for him to make up his work while he's traveling, and it really helps him a lot so that he has a goal to be a Division I tennis player or even higher than that. And these accommodations help him reach his dream. So I just want to tell you that he's an excellent kid, very hard worker, 4A, 5A state champ right here.
Excellent.
Guys, parents are here too. Larry and Jenny Angus.
Come up for a picture. Come on up for a picture.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Glaze.
Good evening, Chairman, to the board, superintendent, and the administrative staff. I'm glad to be here today to introduce a young lady who has worked diligently, and work is really paying off for her. I'll let the coach tell you about her because he's the one that's recruited and really responsible for her. But she has some tough decisions to make. She have quite a few offers with full scholarships, and she looking at meet your area as to where to tell her where to go. But wherever she goes, she will be successful. So Jayla Davis is a senior, and the future look bright for her. And I'll let Mr. Sherman just say a few words for her.
Thought Mr. Glaze would have handled everything, but in any event, he put me on the spot. Jayla won the state championship with a throw of 38.7. We were very proud of her. This was only her second year actually throwing. and she came in third last year. And so she said she was determined she was going to take it to the top this year. So we're very proud of her, and we appreciate you all acknowledging her. And I'm sure she will do well on the next level.
Yeah, you want to share some of your choices with us for school? Yeah, where are you thinking?
I'm thinking St. Augustine in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Okay, nice.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next board meeting, we have some other state championships that we're going to be recognizing as well for some of our.
Thank you. Okay, so next on the agenda are public comments. We have two public comments that are here in person, and then we will follow by one on the telephone. So first up, Wilda Chisholm.
Good evening and thank you. I'm before you today because I have been ushered off of Beaufort School District's property and asked not to return here. And I have 2 copies of grievances that I would like to file, whereas my access to online application as a Beaufort County school employee, a parent liaison, has been taken away where I cannot contact anyone per email, and my email cannot be accessed. I cannot access my forms, documents, or any information. I'm here today since I do not have access and have been asked not to come on any Beaufort County School District property. I would like to submit these grievances, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Moyd.
Good evening. I'm happy to see you all, and I'm happy to be here. I am here again because of Beaufort High School's mascot and colors. I don't know if there's been a decision made, and the perplexed looks on some of your faces, I mean, that's what I've been carrying for quite some time. But I came to you all, but I went back and I had to rethink that. You know, before coming to the board, there were a lot of people in between the initiator and the board. So I am not one to rush to judgment or anything. I give everyone the benefit of the doubt. But those people between the initiator and the board, I have a right to know who they are. So I'm telling you, it may seem like nothing to you, but addressing the elephant in the room. Robert Smalls and Beaufort High were Black schools. We made history. Robert Smalls, I stand corrected, Robert Smalls and St. Helena. So how do you think that makes me feel? I graduated from Beaufort High. I was happy to know the history. I knew the history before going there. And for those who have no ties to it, it's just another school. But to me, you know, I was born and raised here. That's a part of my history. So how dare anyone come in and change that? You all are tired of hearing the story, and I'm not tired of being here. And I will be here, and you will hear this story until someone answers me. What you said about not being able to talk when we ask questions, that's not true, because I just witnessed what happened up here. When it's something negative, in your eyes, you can't or you don't want to address it or you address it at your convenience. You know exactly what I'm talking about. But I'm going to get to the bottom of all of this. I'm home every day, just waiting. And I will stand and I will fight for those who want to fight, those who can't fight, those who are afraid to, those who feel pressure from it. I'll stand in the gap for them, but that needs to be taken care of. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. And I believe we have one.
Comments. Get ready to put you on speakerphone. If you can state your first and last name, please. Okay, and you have 3 minutes. Hold on.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, this is David Cook. I'm a parent of 2 kids in Hilton Head Schools. Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members, for giving me a chance. I want to say thanks to Dr. Rodriguez for sending my email over to Dr. Stratos. I had a nice phone call with her in regards to some material in the libraries, and I wanted to say thank you for doing that and taking care of that. The only other thing that I had to bring up is after speaking with my daughter that's in the middle school, if there's any chance that we can find a way where kids aren't told when they when they're allowed to use the bathroom. I believe they have to sign out to use the bathrooms anyways, but if we can get rid of the time restraint, or it's just not healthy to tell a kid when they can and cannot go to the bathroom. Mother Nature calls and it's time. So if that's something you can look into this summer, I would appreciate it. And thanks again for everything, and hope you all have a nice evening.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our public comment section, our first public comment section. So we will move from that into the chairman's report. I am sitting in the chairman's spot today, so I will give the chairman's report. It was an honor for me and the other board members, I'm sure, to attend our graduation ceremonies. I was fortunate enough to be able to attend all 6, and it's truly one of the most gratifying parts of being a school board member is standing up and watching our students walk across that stage. So I'd like to congratulate them again. Good luck and keep up the work ethic and practice your kindness. Then I'd also like to extend a thank you, a huge thank you to all of our teachers, our staff, our bus drivers, our administrators, to every employee of the school district. Each of you touches the lives of our students. You are all important. You matter. I want to recognize you and say thank you for the work that you do. So that concludes the chairman's report. So now we move into committee reports. And the first committee report will be the Ad Hoc Bluffton Growth and North of the Broad. And I believe Dr. Wisniewski will be giving that report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ad Hoc Bluffton Growth Committee and the North of the Broad Committee met together in a joint meeting recently. And there is a packet with all of the slides. It was a well-attended meeting, and a lot of information was put forth by Robert Otting and Ms. Carol Crutchfield from the district. There was a recap of the work that the individual committees have done thus forth. There has been many site visits by each of the committees. They've visited the North of the Broad schools, South of the Broad schools. They have met with various different town officials or county officials, received data and reports, and that's gone over the course of the last 2 years to get us to the point that we are today. You will see that on the first slide, the main question that was asked was, what are the problems we are trying to solve? And each committee itself had its own scope. And that's important to look at when we're looking at the ask that is being made today later on in a motion. One is addressing the extra capacity in Northern Beaufort County. The other is not enough capacity in Southern Beaufort County, and also equity across all of the district-wide instructional spaces. There was input given by committee members on the different information that was put forth, predominantly on the age of the buildings, that is listed on slides 2, 3, and 4, I believe. And there was discussion about the facilities master plans for both north and south of the Broad. On slide 25, there is a community input. And there was also input into this and what that would exactly look like. But I am going to move along to the recommended motion that came out of that joint committee. We believe that we are at a point in time where, based on all of the work that has been done thus far, that we can make this recommended motion from the North of the Broad Committee and the Bluffton Growth Ad Hoc Committees, that the board transition from separate committees to move forward as one committee regarding referendum and futures facilities planning. I need a second on that motion.
Second.
Mr. Campbell. Earl.
In a second.
And I'll give a little bit of background on that. The discussion that was had in the joint committee meeting was that the desire is for these committees to come together and form a smaller committee to vet moving forward. There's a community input and community engagement portion that the district is looking to conduct. And we think that that joint committee would be best tasked with helping the district to move forward with that.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there any discussion? Mr. Smith?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am not there. I don't think that there's now is a time for a joint committee. I also think that we should have more individual involvement of our communities. And so I'm also concerned of how fast and rushing we are to get this teed off and up and moving. However, I do understand that there are some issues maybe on the other side of the Broad in terms of room and in terms of learning. I do believe in equity across the Broad, but I also do believe in being responsible with taxpayers' money. Just don't understand. It's no problem. We all do it. And in terms of that, I'm just not sure that we are ready at this point to start off in a joint committee to rush into a referendum, and that's why I foresee this to be going. Also, there are some concerns within the communities about closing of schools, even though we are addressing those issues. However, this here it does makes me a little nervous how quick we're moving in terms of taking from two different committees to one committee as a whole, and how we're moving this along and how quickly. And I feel that this process is being rushed. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Ms. Vidrich.
Ms. Vidrich?
Dr. Wisniewski, thank you very much for your report. I attended this meeting of the joint ad hoc Bluffton Growth and the North of the Broad, and I fully support this motion. I believe, as you stated, the ad hoc Bluffton Growth Committee has been working for close to 2 years. The North of the Broad Committee has done extensive site visits. And as you'll note on the slide that is being shown on the large boards there, the next step is community engagement. We would not want to proceed further without community engagement. And this is, I believe we're at that point to find out how the community feels about myriad concerns that we have. So I fully support this motion.
Any other comments? Mr. Mel Campbell?
I support the effort of what this committee intends to do, but I'm wary of whether the proper collaboration with the instructional needs are also going to be used into this. I see we're going forward with, kind of constructional stuff. But what about instructional stuff, and what about the long-term future of the district and the plans of educating, overall, the whole future plan? See, one of your bullet points is equity and our instructional spaces. I don't know what that means, but I mean, I think we just one step towards 1,000 steps in this direction, because I don't know what Beaufort County is going to look like in 25 years, but I think it's going to be a lot more comprehensive than closing down some schools and building some new schools. I think we really need to take a bunch of directions, including bringing in experts in terms of, school buildings and concepts. And I think the instructional part of it, Dr. Rodriguez and his team needs to be on board and where the direction is going, where he sees the district is going. But my, thing is, I think we need a countywide technical school. I don't know if that's a part of this agenda or not, but I know most of the focus that I heard has been the growth in Bluffton and the overcrowded and the undercrowded schools north of the Broad. Well, it's a bigger problem than just that. So I will support this initiative, but I hope we don't go too fast.
Ms. Boatright?
I actually think we need to speed up a little bit because we got 6 to 7 months and we took 18 months to get through research enrollment. And I think community engagement, we don't want to rush through that, but we've got to start getting some community engagement. I'm going to abstain on this motion because I don't really understand what the scope of this committee is going to be. And I agree with Mr. Campbell. I feel like we don't really have a destination. We don't really have a vision yet of what this next referendum looks like. So I don't have a problem with combining the committees. I think they can do good work. I think that they are clearly focused on community engagement, which is important. But without knowing what the scope is, without knowing how this is all going to come about, I have hesitation voting to support it. So I'm going to abstain.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to try to address a couple of the concerns, and it kind of all goes to that scope conversation. So at the joint committee meeting, we did discuss what the next steps would look like. The slide that is up here that talks about the community engagement, we did discuss what exactly would this joint committee be tasked with doing. And one of those things, Mr. Campbell, is looking at the instructional needs of the facilities, not just the doing how many square feet do we need to fit the students, but also the different programs and the programmatic capacity at each site. So that was addressed and the scope would be forthcoming. So once the chair, I assume who's going to be choosing the membership of the committee, assigns them, then the first task out of that committee would be to assign the scope and to have that approved by the full board. So hopefully that addresses some of your concerns.
Mr. Smith?
So then my question would be, if the two committees were able to come together and have this meeting together and decide that, then why couldn't the two committees continue to meet and make some of these decisions together as a committee, versus right now what you're going to have is that this committee will be less than 5. It would not be the same committee members who who was putting in the work or who has been meeting about these different areas. So if that's the case, then there's no need for a one committee. Then the two committees still can come together and also go out and see what different constituents in different areas are interested in. I mean, if that's the case, so then therefore, then I would think that you wouldn't need this committee wouldn't be needed. Because those two committees, I don't see why those, is there anything stopping the two committees from continuing to meet? I mean, FYI, just a food for thought, that's a question.
Dr. Glatz?
Per our board policy, our board committees have to be 5 members or less. So if we combine the two committees, we would have 6 members. So that's does not comply with our policy.
Mr. Smith?
So then my question would be, so per our board policy, that mean that we had the first time was it an illegal meeting? What was it, a violation of board policy? What was that? Because I'm just trying to figure it out. Because if we can't continue those meetings, then you're saying because per board policy that both of those committees have about 3 or more people on it, and all of us was invited to the meeting, then help me understand that.
I'll just chime in here, but I'll turn it over to Dr. Wisniewski. I think the short answer to that is it was a joint meeting. It wasn't a standing committee. It was a joint meeting for one-time purpose. But Dr. Wisniewski, you can take it from there.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. It was just a joint meeting of 2 committees. If we combined both the committees and made that its own, it would be in violation of our board policies and also would constitute a quorum of the full board, I believe, because it's a 8-member makeup. So that would be like conducting a full board meeting if we did that. So it would be in violation of our policy.
Right, but my point is if we did that once because we have an end goal in mind, then I don't see why we couldn't do that several more times until we get some more things finite. And in terms of where are we going at exactly the who, what, where, when, why, and how of the educational component and process and uses of these buildings, because we're continuing to build buildings, but what's the blueprint in terms of the learning process in every building that we are, whether we're downgrading, whether we're adding to, what does that look like? So, I mean, that's those are, and what does the community sees the needs in that area? So those are things that I believe that those were committee driven versus this committee driven. So that's why I'm thinking we're moving a little too fast, and I'm still concerned.
Okay, I'm going to let Dr. Wisniewski respond, and then we'll call the vote.
I was just going to say, I would caution against there being 2 committees that continue to meet like that because it constitutes a vote of the full board and gives full board authority to those 2 committees. And I personally would not be in favor of that.
Okay, Mr. Campbell, one last comment, and then
Yes.
Ms. Robin, if you can have the motion up on the screen, please.
I don't think that we can wait around to do some of the things I'm hearing here. We're going to have to build schools. We know that. And I think we need to do this now, and so we can get to the communities, to both communities, north and south of the broad, and let them give us some information. And as soon as we get that information, then we can move from there, because we're going to have to build more schools. That's that, so we know that already. I don't think that we're going to have to close any schools. Not in, I would say in the next 5 years, or maybe we do, who knows? But you have to make that decision when you come to it. Thank you.
All right, I will support this motion because I believe that concerns that were brought up will be the purview of the committee. The committee will discuss the educational programming, the involvement of the community. I think that everybody here has heard what some of the concerns are, and I have great faith that the people that, if this vote passes, that the committee who are appointed, people who are appointed to the committee will take that into, keep that in mind. So at this time, I'd like to call the vote. And the motion on the floor is that the Board of Education transition from separate committees to move forward as one committee regarding referendum and future facilities planning. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed and those abstained. Okay. So we have 8, 8, I can't
Yeah.
count. 8 in favor, 1 no, and 1 abstention. The no was Mr. William Smith. The abstention was Ingrid Boatright. The motion passes. So at this time, I'd like to say that those people that are interested in serving on this committee, to send an email to Chair David Stribinger, and please CC Angela and myself as well. So all 3 officers will know who's interested in serving on that committee. Thank you. Dr. Wisniewski, does that conclude your
Yes, ma'am.
report? Okay, so next on our agenda is the Legislative Committee. Dr. Gwadz.
Thank you, Vice Chair Robine. So the Legislative Committee met since our last meeting, and we were tasked with the basically wording of the board's will to bring forth a legislative proposal to the South Carolina School Boards Association for this upcoming legislative session, which would start next January. And we have before you and projected on the screen what the what the committee recommends to the board for submittal to the South Carolina School Boards Association. And the deadline for submission is next week. What will happen after this is that the School Boards Association, this will go to their board of directors, and then they also determine whether or not they want to have this go forward as part of their legislative agenda. And they may well wordsmith it even further. Or they may say, we don't want this to go forward. It's ultimately their vote. And I know in the past, when I served as the chair for the board here, I was contacted by them about one of the proposals we submitted, and they did want to wordsmith it. And I said, that's fine, so long as you do not change the meaning. So that's where we stand. I'll read aloud to get it into the record. And this is the legislative proposal from Beaufort County School Board to go to the South Carolina School Boards Association. Due to the national and statewide teacher shortage, and since South Carolina charter and traditional public schools are seeking teachers from the same candidate pool, the Beaufort County School Board supports leveling the playing field for teacher hiring. Traditional public schools should be afforded the same opportunity as charter schools to employ non-certified teachers in a ratio of up to 25% of their entire teaching staff. All teachers in core academic areas will be highly qualified as defined in the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, which is the South Carolina Code Annals 5940-55.
Dr. Wisniewski? Or did someone make,
Well,
is that a mo?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I can say I move that we bring forth what I just read to the South Carolina School Boards Association.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, and Dr. Wisniewski seconded it. So we have a motion on the floor to bring this paragraph, this recommendation forward to the School Boards Association. Is there any discussion? Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say I fully support this motion, and also I would hope that if SCSBA does not pick it up, that the board doesn't lose sight of this, and that we do keep it in our legislative or perhaps add it to our legislative priorities in a letter to the delegation.
Dr. Gwadz?
I would agree wholeheartedly with what you just said, because we don't have to just go through the conduit of the South Carolina School Boards Association. In fact, we probably, well, yeah, let's start with that. Yeah.
Okay, Dr. Rodriguez?
I would agree wholeheartedly with you.
Any other comments? Seeing none, I call the vote. We are voting on the motion on the floor regarding the sending the language to the School Boards Association in regarding to teacher hiring. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Anyone abstaining? So that's 10-0. Mr. Smith, I'm sorry, did you vote? I didn't see you raise your hand. Okay, sorry, I just wanted to check. Okay, 10-0. Okay, next is the Operations Committee report.
Thank you. Two things to talk about real quick. We had a change to our one of our HRARs, HRS 18, employee vacations and non-work days. The district has added President's Day as a third Monday in February as a non-work day, and also Juneteenth, which is coming up this Sunday, June 19th. So they just let us know that they had made those changes to the non-work day schedule. Those will be holidays. The next thing is a much bigger item. We have been reviewing with Mr. Otting and Ms. Carol Crutchfield, among others, the 8% project lists for not this summer, but next summer. And so what I wanted to do is just take a second for public record, because there is some confusion when I say 8% projects. This is the money that we're allowed to borrow. We can borrow up to 8% total of, have a total indebtedness of 8% of assessed value of taxable property. The Beaufort County Board of Education's policy has authorized the district to borrow $25 million a year, which is obviously far less than the 8%, but that's sort of a good number that the board has arrived at in terms of what we can borrow for costs for construction projects. So this is separate from the general budget. What we use that 8% money for is to basically do things at our 35 schools, like HVAC replacement, roof repairs, painting. We update and upgrade our athletic structures, vehicle maintenance, technology, flooring, furniture, other equipment. We have recurring costs such as painting and resurfacing. Also, any requests made by the principal. So 25 million doesn't go that far. So what we do is the operations committee basically presents us with this huge list with, I think, a couple $100 million worth of work that probably, if in an ideal world, would get done, and we narrow it down to 25 million. And they come up with recommendations, and we have 3 categories on this list. There is recommended to be done, and we do these a year in advance. So these would be projects that would start summer of 2023. They recommend their projects that they think should take priority. They have ones that they would like to have done if there's money left over. And then they have ones that just are not going to make the cut for this next summer. And it's a pretty grueling process. The information is in board docs. This was the second meeting that we had to review these lists. And we kind of started going through them line item by line item. And we spent about an hour and 15 minutes, and Ms. Fidrich kind of says, we've been at this for an hour and a half. So we abandoned that approach, and it just kind of led to a discussion on how we prioritize when we have more than we can do, and making sure that it's equitable, that our schools are safe, sanitary, and clean. Our OE 8 doesn't provide a lot of criteria for this. So we're kind of just all trying to figure it out. And in the course of our discussions, and we spent quite a bit of time discussing it, and I just want to give an example mostly for public information. One thing that was recommended was at Bluffton Middle School to add a shade structure and seating by the basketball court and soccer field. And something that was taken off was add a canopy to a front sidewalk for car rider drop off and pickup. So how do you make these decisions, right? What goes into the decisions? What's the criteria? And so it becomes this really laborious, very operational, detail-oriented process. And in the course of our conversations, I think there was kind of a consensus to not be quite as operational. What the operations committee is going to be bringing forward the operations department bringing forward to the operations committee is our facilities assessment that we commissioned last year. It is 95% done. Does that sound about somewhere in there? It's close to being all the way done. And Mr. Otting and his department are creating this new database, and they're going to sort of have, okay, here are the HVACs that need to be repaired, and how many are critically in need of repairing versus how many can wait a couple years. We're going to look at furniture. They're going to look at flooring. They're going to have this new database. So we kind of discussed that maybe before we approve this list, we should kind of have that facilities assessment done. The problem is we need to actually go out and borrow the money. We have to borrow the money a year in advance. So we basically had some more conversations, and we have a meeting tomorrow. Mr. Otting he got a little twinkle in his eye. He had some ideas on, he thinks what might really be a good process that will keep us from having to line by line decide if we're going to spend $17,000 on rubber risers on stairs, but still have some say in how we're allocating those funds. So that is kind of my nutshell summary of a rather lengthy, meaty conversation that was had at operations. Mr. Otting's going to bring something back to us tomorrow, and we're going to review it again. I think we're going to look at the facilities assessment. So I encourage all board members that are interested to attend either in person or virtually. And at this point, I would be open to any questions or comments from the full board.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had one question. In looking at the listing under category and discipline, there's some of them that are missing that information. There's just blanks for those. So I'm wondering if that was, if there's a way to get that information, if there was a specific reason for it being left off.
I'll let I think it has to do with the database and how it's being constructed and sort of in progress, but I'll let Ms. Crutchfield.
And I think the list that you all looked at your last, I think the list that you all looked at the last meeting had been updated from the one you're looking at, because I think this is version 3, and I think y'all looked at version 4, where we did go back and make sure that we had categorized. We made sure that anything that was in the recommended category, I think, had those categories shown. Anything in the priority that said recommended.
Yeah,
You're looking at everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
the column.
Pretty sure the last one was up to
category.
date. It certainly is now. Yeah.
Yeah, and those are mostly 2022. So I just think they're probably ones that hadn't gotten put in the database.
Categorized, right? Yes.
Thank you. And then my other question is in regard to prioritization of items that are going to be on this list. Finally, I understand that you guys still have some work to do with the database and whatnot, but I'm looking just for an overall idea of when you look to what you're going to push off. How do you prioritize those presently? Is safety, and I would think that life safety and security would be, those don't get pushed. Those are first.
So this is the conversation we had, and I went into the OE because coherent governance should keep us from going line by line through a budget. We don't have a lot, and that's something that, maybe we should look at. We don't have much in the way of criteria for school board priorities. We have safety and security as number 1. We have clean and sanitary and safe. So that's kind of the broad categories. There is also a section, it's not strictly applicable to facilities, but where we mention wise use of resources and equity. As far as, I think, as elected school board members, we are trying to represent our constituents and our students. And I think that most of the board members, if not all, are very student-centric when we look at this. How is this benefiting students? And of course, the district is as well. Mr. Otting also kind of looks at practicality. So if we're shutting down one school because we have to paint it, that's an opportunity to get other work done and have a crew there. So there is that kind of, and that's what I talked to him about, was sort of a push and pull between making sure that all the students and families and it's equitable and everyone's safe and sanitary. And how we set that up versus what makes the most sense from an efficient financial resources. But I do think that that's kind of what he's going to bring back, is a fuller understanding, because I think that's one of my biggest questions is who sets the priority and what criteria are we using? And is that criteria fairly transparent? The other piece that I forgot to mention is that we also talked about, once these projects are approved, we're approving these in June for summer 2023. There's some shifting around of money and out of necessity, and sometimes decisions are made and changes. So as he's talking about bringing this new database, the facilities assessment forward, having more frequent updates about what's actually getting done, and that might actually be more beneficial and provide more transparency and provide more criteria than trying to do it all in advance and then kind of losing track of where the projects are. So his thoughts are he's going to have it's still going to be, you're approving X amount of money for HVAC, but it's not going to be, super specific what school, what HVAC. It might just be more general, but then he will be reporting to operations, and then we'll report to the full board what's actually happening, what's being spent and how it's being spent.
Thank you.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
So anything can be added to for your next meeting?
The agenda is posted, but you mean to the list or as
Yeah,
an
to the
agenda
list.
item? I would talk to Mr. Audie.
Okay.
I've never added anything to the list.
Okay, all right. There's some issues at Shanklin I think need to be addressed. Oh,
Well, and I think that maybe is where we get a little more flexibility, because if, let's say we talked about restrooms. I think you were at the meeting, were you not?
No, I was not.
Okay, the one before, we talked about restrooms.
Right.
So let's say you bring up Shanklin, because I think you'd mentioned that Shanklin's restrooms,
right.
there's some issues. I know my constituents are hair on fire about the restrooms. So and rather than saying we're going to spend $60,000 at this school restrooms, gives a little more flexibility to say we're going to spend $150,000 this year on restrooms. And so I think that may be part of the process, but I will bring it up with him if you're not there.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Well, just to also, I believe in having everything detailed and not giving room for move around because once again, I state what I said at the meeting. I did attend the meeting, and what I stated was that principals are looking for certain things to be done in the buildings, and they're waiting to get on that list. So as that list gets worked on, that's when every school knows what they're going to have done at this point in time or at this summer. But making a general list, I believe that will cause that's not really getting the job done, because they could go anywhere and do anything. But when you let our constituents know exactly that $10,000 is going to go towards Broad River, or $25,000 is going to go towards May River, then that's clear, cut and dry. That's transparency, and they know exactly where that money is going at. But in terms of, we talked about also in terms of giving a exact amount and letting it be kind of abroad, that is definitely still a concern of mine. I would like for the money when I was on. I remember when I was on operations, we knew exactly where it was going, what projects was being performed, and I think that is something that we should stick with the line item, so we know exactly what is being done, what's the time frame, and when to look for that project to be done. Versus let's just doing all the restrooms or doing $100,000 towards restrooms. No, what exactly restrooms and who's next on the list to get their stuff done.
So
that's imperative.
I think that's part of the discussion we'll have tomorrow. And what I'd say to that is one of the issues that's come up is what we approve isn't necessarily what gets done, right? So you could say, well, Broad River Elementary is expecting 25,000. There may be something that comes up and they realize they can't make that improvement for whatever reason, or something else happened. And that's why there's a back end process where we're going to talk about, here's what has been spent. And I can go, or you can go to our constituents and say, hey, we just did $30,000 worth of upgrades to the furniture at this school, as opposed to, hey, we're planning a year from now because things change. And the other piece of that I would say that kind of caught up my attention was, and I think Ms. Richards pointed out, we're resurfacing the tennis courts at Beaufort High next summer. That's part of it's a recurring thing. It's planned. It went from, whenever they assessed that initially, went from like, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, 170,000 to resurface the tennis courts to over 400,000 because of inflation. So that's another issue, that if we're trying to lock in the price and trying to lock in the location a year in advance. But what I'm going to propose that we do is we're going to meet tomorrow, go over this new system. We'll bring both lists to the full board meeting next meeting. And we can have another discussion and say, here's one way of doing 8% and here's the old way of doing 8%. And if the board prefers to stick with the itemized list, then I'll go with that. But well, let's at least have this other discussion and see what it might look like. Because I think on having the back end reporting of what's actually being spent, to me as an elected member, would actually be more valuable.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yeah, I'm a member of that committee, and our discussion about it kind of lands on what was the intent of the 8% in the first place. we know now 8%, you know, using $25,000 as the number means, or 25 million means we're not touching the surface of what 8% is. At the same time, it's kind of stagnant, so we're not doing the kind of improvement that needed, especially with that much more facilities now than when that was first put in place. So all of those are you know, dynamics about this situation. But the intent of the whole 8% agenda was to continue to improve our capital resources, you know, maintain facilities. And it's gotten to the point where we dug down into finer things, but that operation belongs to the operations department. And it's up to them, in my mind, to make sure the facilities are kept at a certain level. We're digging into the weeds when we start pigeonholing what should be done and what shouldn't be done. And so that's why we encourage Robert to come in with a bigger topic list and a priority. And it's up to you to find those bathrooms and other things that needs to be done, you know? But that's your priority list. You got your money slotted where it needs to be slotted. Our role, in my mind, is to make sure that 8% is adequate. And that's what we need to be looking at. Because 8% as we see it is not 8% as we're using. 25,000 can't stay 8% over 15 years. And those a million, sorry. And those millions keep going to 100 million, 150 million, 200 million, 250 million. So 8%, you know, can't stay the same thing. It doesn't make sense. And we've got more facilities that we have to keep at a certain level. So that's what we may need to look at. And I don't know who controls that.
Dr. Rodriguez?
I think, you know, as you continue to think about it and work through it, first of all, I agree. I think looking at your options on how it's presented and how you work through it, you know, if you have options, look at them, right? Make decisions. I just want to add this piece, right? Something that's really important to us that we have benefited tremendously from is our credit rating, right? And so if we are saying, you know, 25 million, right, doesn't scratch the surface, and we need to borrow more, right? I just would like us to engage our finance team as well in that process, so that we can look at that and protect that credit rating, which we should all be very proud of as a school district here in the state of South Carolina, that we have the highest. And so I think that's been an important part as we've moved through referendums and through the referendum and everything else. So I applaud the idea, because, you know, you're actually providing possibly providing some flexibility to deal with the specific needs and the accountability around it, you know. So I just wanted to mention that finance piece as we talk about that and that credit rating component as well.
Okay. Dr. Glatz and then Colonel Geyer.
No, I would just going to also mention what you just mentioned. The 8% borrowing that we do annually, the dollar amount is really based upon what our financial advisor recommends to keep our credit rating high, our bond rating very high. And as I recall from his debt day document that would have been presented to the board at the work session in April, I believe that amount actually does increase over many years. And I think that right now, I mean, yes, I think the borrowing would be something, if you have 8% of the total assessed values in Beaufort County, because that's where that 8% represents, it's much, much larger than 25 million, where what we've been recommended to limit our borrowing to by our financial advisor. And also we have to remember that because we went many years without a referendum, we had to build both River Ridge Academy and May River High School. I think both of those one of them. Which one? We had to bring May River High School from 8% funds. So that obviously greatly depleted then what we could do in terms of typically our capital improvement maintenance of our other buildings. So I just wanted to make those points. I also think that absolutely the district administrative staff would be the ones to be making the calls on exactly what does have to be done. You know, none of us are really qualified to do that. Yes, we're here at the table representing our constituents, but you know, certainly the needs of schools change and unforeseeably. You know, if a tree falls through the roof of a school, well, that project's not going to wait 2 years to be repaired.
Colonel Geyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This discussion was really talked about at great length during our debt day. And one of the things we're looking at is, of course, we've spent will have spent $344 million. $344 million.
Yeah.
I'll use my big boy voice. Okay, thank you. We spent $344 million on significant upgrades on many of the schools that were on the 8% list that no longer have to be on the 8% list. We're looking at a future referendum. If you look back at the citizens-led group that looked at all our requirements in the district, it was over $600 million. That was in 2018. You can tell with inflation, it's going to be more than $300 million additional. And that's going to also take care of some of the backlog 8% money. Now, the 25 million is set up. Now, it's not only used for our normal maintenance updates and for vehicles and so on, but it's also used for example, it could be used for doing engineering work to prepare for the big referendum. So we know exactly what it's going to cost. That's what we did with the extensions on May River and River Ridge that allowed us to start work as soon as the referendum passed. That's another use for it. Additionally, remember that 8% money is our emergency money. That's what we have to get. That's our credit balance that, like, you have if you have a line of credit from the bank that you can get right away. And we can get 8% money very quickly to address anything that came up in a major hurricane. And we have to come up with a couple $100 million. We have a couple $100 million of borrowing capacity at 8% that we could get our hands on very quickly. Not if we spend it on other things like we did when we built May River High School. So that's another piece. Now, most importantly, the $25 million is an estimate of future needs that will allow us to fund the next referendum without a millage increase. Right now, we have a debt service millage of 36.3 mils. By spending down or paying off our 8% money. Remember, 8% money is a 5-year bond. So we've used 8% money for about $70 million for May River High School. It's about paid off. So that's how we're structuring our debt service so that we can not have to have a huge raise onto taxpayers for our debts. Because the referendum money is a 25-year bond. So you're stretching out those payments. So we have to be very careful on how we do these things, but we've got to remember to keep fiscal responsibility and strategic fiscal planning involved in this. And that's what this is about. That's what we're going to do. You come back with a good plan on how the district operations is going to keep our maintenance up, keep our technology refreshed, keep our vehicles and so on, keep our schools painted and all those other things.
Mr. Smith?
Just first off, just start off, actually, at the operations committee meeting, finance committee, then Mrs. Crosby was brought in on that. So she was supposed to actually, she's supposed to be going to get some information and speaking to, I believe Mrs. Heiser to answer some of those questions. So she has, to your point, she has been brought up to speed and she has been up to date on that. But also, just to speak to something that you said, there's also another spectrum of this in terms of when you talk about, you said, well, we're voting on a certain number and and other things are being done, then that means that as a board, if we're given direction, then we must follow up and make sure the direction that we're given is being taken out. So I think it's become on us to do our jobs, because one of our responsibilities is actually finance. It's the money. So we're giving them money towards certain things, then that's what that money should go towards. That money should go towards anything else. So I think that's another conversation that we possibly need to have as well. Because I mean, I hear what you're saying. It's not the first time you said it, and we also said it in the last meeting. So it's not we give them a number and say we approve this, but then they go out and they do that. Absolutely not. Then I mean, as board members, we're not doing our job because we're just rubber stamping things. So I bring that up to say that that's something that us as board members, we have to take ownership in too. So I mean, and my question is, how are we going to move forward with that? Because that is something that's occurring that we must, at some point in time, we must nip that in the bud because that's our jobs. Maybe you want to take that? Thank you.
First of all, to respond to Colonel Geyer, you're hijacking my operations report with finance. And I just want to say, we're here to, I'm making the point to the public that we have $25 million and we have hundreds of millions of dollars of requests, and it's a budgeting process. And so I think that showing fiscal discipline to our taxpayers and looking at how we can incorporate ESSER funds and referendum funds and making wise decisions about how we prioritize projects. That's really, to me, the theme is how do we prioritize what school, what project, AC over roof, shade over basketball court over shade, these are the kind of things that operations. You handle all the bond stuff and you just let me know when we can raise that amount. That's where I don't want to get into that. So, but we are at 25 million. Now, to Mr. Smith's point, I agree that it is the board's responsibility to ensure that what we're voting on is being done. The problem I have with that, well, not the problem that I have with that, my point response to that would be, that's why I think we need a after the fact, after we voted on it process where Mr. Audience will come and say, and I'll without giving a lot of specifics, one of my schools that I thought had a project voted on, they had to change it because there was an impediment to the project being done. And I didn't know about it until I had asked about it. I would rather than me having to go to the district and say, hey, I've got this list of projects for Hilton Head Island Elementary School, which got done and which didn't and how much are done. I would rather have him come to me and say, hey, we couldn't do this project because of these reasons. And I just want to let you know because, and we talked about this in our meeting. I think you and I very much agree. We are touch points for the community. We're in charge of making sure that what our community wants done is represented by us. We can't go in and make sure that my constituents' priorities get first billing because there's 11 of us, but we need to make sure that we are a voice for our community. In addition to which, I feel like I want to be the one going in and saying, here's what the district is doing, because it's hard to figure out what's going on all the time. And the newspaper can only do so much. So I want, when people come up to me and say, look, the bathrooms at the high school are darn near unusable, I want to say, here's what the district has planned for that. Now, the problem is when we're doing this all in advance and I say, well, yes, don't worry about it because next summer, and then it turns out things change. I would rather have it be an ongoing process So what I think you and I are very much on the same page, different approach. So what I'm looking forward to is hearing Mr. Otting's other idea, option B. Let's look at it this way, and we'll have a discussion on operations, and we'll bring both situations to the board, and we'll have a discussion of the board, because I do think this is a big responsibility for the board, approving $25 million in borrowing. And Ms. Crosby, I'm glad you brought up Ms. Crosby, because there is also an element of what we are required to do in terms of how much detail we need to provide to bondholders. So she is going to work on that as well.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a question kind of to Mr. Smith's point. And I went back to our policies, and there is somewhere in there where it says there's supposed to be quarterly updates on projects.
Right.
So is that a part of,
They've
part of
been-
8%? It doesn't say 8% projects,
Right,
referendum
because we've been
projects, it just
getting
says
the,
projects.
yeah, we've been getting at every meeting, the clock update, and they have included 8%. What I'm looking for is more an update, like this is what has changed since you voted to approve this project, or hey, you voted to give us this amount of money, here's how we're using that on an ongoing basis, rather than, so yeah, I do think they are making reports. I think Mr. Otting, and again, I'm just sort of previewing, so tune in tomorrow, 4:00, Hilton Head Island High School by Zoom or in person. I think he has some ideas on how we can kind of work better with the district. But we'll bring both forward to the board at our next meeting.
Thank you.
Right. I haven't spoken yet. I would just like to say that I think having the facilities assessment, the information from that will be critical in moving forward. I think, that should really be something that we look at very seriously, and I'm sure that the district will. I mean, that's a pretty critical piece to have that assessment done. Is there anyone who has not spoken on this who would like to speak? Mr. Campbell?
Yes. I don't think that we can wait around. When you have a bathroom problem in a school, it should be taken care of. Or a handicap ramp. That's safety. So I don't think that should be pushed down the list. And I think sometimes we have been doing that. Thank you.
Anyone else? I think, is there more that needs to be said? I think that we've heard everything. Okay, Mel.
I hate to hold up the meeting, but I still think we're looking at it from a very small point of view. Maybe the facilities report will change our mindset, but we have to look at it long term on what the 8% money is doing to continue to maintain a value for our total properties versus what it's not doing versus what the referendums do. Because in the long run, if we're mismanaging that 8% over and over, the facilities become decaying more and more faster than the referendum can upgrade us at the percentages, then we are mismanaging and we are not borrowing enough 8% money to maintain. And that's got to be looked at in a long-term approach. What has happened over the last 20 years with it, how much money we spent, how much money we had to spend to upgrade, and what's going to happen in the next 20 years. I think that has to be done. We can't continue to decide whether we're going to fix a bathroom or paint the wall this year and it didn't get done. We decide, are we doing enough to manage and keep our facilities at their highest level of value? We're spending a lot of money to build schools, but if they're going to decay faster than we're repairing them, then we're mismanaging. That's our management role.
Right. Mr. Smith, and then this will, I think, conclude our discussion on this. I think, go ahead.
Yeah. And just to speak to some of what Mr. Campbell was saying to tie into my point, I still don't think that we really answered my question in terms of management. It sounds like there's a management issue here that we're not willing to take up. And in terms of if what we're saying that we are voting for to, and actually, let me back up better yet. Let me back up a little more. I would actually everyone to go back and look at the last year meeting of how we dealt with 8% and when it was brought to the board. Because the way it was brought to the committee this year, the committee this year was different from when the chair, when David Scribbinger and I and some other people on the board and how we dealt with it. This year was put more on the board to make the decision. To some point, to Mr. Campbell's point, yes, we do look for the staff to bring us exactly what needs to be done and what needs to be a part of 8%. Between last year and this year, I don't really understand how or where or who or what, why, and where the transformation was of how we dealt with this, because this is what we did. Well, this is what was brought to us our first year, my first year on operations committee. So that's why I would just hope that y'all would go back and watch it, because that would help you better understand what's going on now. And then just to go to my second point is this. My understanding and what I'm saying is that if we're voting on these projects to be done, then those are the projects should be done point blank, period. If there's an emergency bathroom that has to be done or something, then we have an emergency funds. That's what that is used for. We can't pick and choose when it's convenient for us to go to what part and use for what buildings. If it's an emergency, we have emergency funds. That's what we use that for. But when we vote and say, this is what be done, to give an example, we voted on 8% project at gym at St. Helena. There was things that the staff went and they met with the community in the school, and they made additions. Now the community is looking at me for those additions, and they can't get those additions because of what I'm being told is that the funds is not there. So that's why it's important, it's imperative that when we vote on something, that is exactly what is used, that exactly what is understand, and that is what is carried out.
Okay.
That's my point.
All right. And I think the operations committee meeting is tomorrow. I just would say that, with inflation rates and things like that, when we say we can do something at a certain amount of money and then we're hit with high inflation, guess what? We're all personally having those same, we can't buy as many groceries as we used to with the same amount of money. So, Ms. Boatwright, does that conclude or do you have more to add?
My report. Our next meeting will be tomorrow, 4:00, Hilton Island High School.
Great. Thank you very much. That was very detailed. Okay. Our next report, committee report is results.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Robine. Mine's going to be very quick compared to our last report, and that is for results. We met last night, and we're going to meet again on the 16th of this month. We are tasked by the board to review our superintendent evaluation document, which we call basically results, because we oversee and supervise our superintendent, and we are contractually in an agreement to evaluate his performance every fall. And we've had this pandemic thrown into our results form that was developed prior to the pandemic. So we're really trying to be sure that we have a form that's complies with what's really going on now in the district. So we did not reach any consensus at our meeting for any votes to bring forth to the board tonight. So we'll be meeting again, as I mentioned, on June 16th. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Dr. Rodriguez, superintendent's report.
Thank you. Our first item on the superintendent's report under student achievement is regarding our arts initiative. And Dr. Straddles is going to lead us through that first discussion.
Good evening, Secretary Robine and board members. This evening, Mrs. Karen McKenzie, our Secondary Director of Teaching and Learning, will share with you current district initiatives within the areas of fine and performing arts. These are within the Instructional Services Division, and we have collaborated with schools and the community during this academic school year. Before I bring forward Mrs. McKinsey, I want to share two important high points with you. One, we have recently added Mr. Christopher Crabb to our Fine Arts and Performing program as our coordinator. His instructional contract recently ended at Mossy Oaks Elementary School, and now he will train with us full-time. In other words, he was working both positions for a period of time, half a day at the school, half a day with us here at the district, and now he's full-time with us. My second high point to share with you is it has been proven time and time again in countless studies that students who actively participate in the arts education are twice as likely to read for pleasure, have strengthened problem-solving skills, and 4 times more likely to be recognized for academic achievement, and 4 times more likely to participate in a math or science fair. These words are from the great musician and music producer Quincy Jones, and are words that I strongly believe are the collective belief for each of us. So at this time, I would like to bring forward Mrs. Karen McKinsey. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stratus. Thank you, board members. I'm excited to share with you tonight about our academic arts and artistically gifted and talented programs. When I came into the position as Director of Teaching and Learning, I took over the lead of academic programs for Beaufort County. There were certain goals I wanted to put into place. I wanted to provide a rich and engaging art experience for our students. I wanted to provide professional growth opportunities for our teachers. As a part of that growth opportunity, I also wanted to make sure we supported our arts integration and our arts and basic curriculum schools. I wanted to increase the opportunities to showcase student art. And I wanted to increase the number of students identified as artistically gifted and talented. And I wanted to increase the diversity of students identified as gifted and talented. In order to provide an engaging arts experience for students, a partnership was developed that allowed for 6 world premiere artist concerts to be in our schools. There were 2 jazz concerts, 1 soprano, 1 Latin infusion, 1 blues, and 1 poet-songwriter. And they were all well received in our schools. The next thing I wanted to do was I wanted to work with our community partners through a partnership with Coastal Discovery Museum. We held an inaugural high school regional competition, but I'm gonna give you more on that in just a moment. Through our Kennedy Center partner in education, we provided 4,952 hours of service to our district. Our Kennedy Center partner has also worked with over 5,000 of our students this year. Next, we wanted to have independent artists come into our schools, and they did that. They created murals, a Gullah wall at Hilton Head High School, and they performed storytelling with our students. Through our instructional services department and the generosity of my boss, Dr. Stratos, we were able to provide additional support for instrumental music. We allocated an additional $114 per band student per school. Finally, we were able to purchase Quaver, which is a music program for grades K through 5. Do have a slight change on that. We also went back and provided that to our pre-K. To ensure quality professional development opportunities for teachers, we secured the only Arts Now South Carolina cohort grant in the state that focused $250,000 of additional funds towards teacher professional development and in-class modeling. This grant provided 3 days of face-to-face training for our teachers and 3 days of in-school modeling. It also provided ongoing follow-up support through an extended contract, also the first one in the state, with Arts Now Georgia. This grant also provided our teachers with free graduation credit through Winthrop University. I personally led 3 district-wide virtual trainings, and they were meant to kind of bring cohesion to our arts program. One was called Academic Arts. The second, More Than the Frosting. And the last was Arts for All. And they were based on integration and content support for our core content teachers. Lastly, and most importantly, we created an arts roundtable to elicit teacher input and support. To provide opportunities for our students to showcase their arts. We increased our river of words to include kindergarten through 12th, and we were able to showcase 283 students' art and poetry. I do want to thank our Director of Literacy, Melissa Murray, and our Director of Technology, Colleen Beckenvarsky, who also worked on that project. Through our Kennedy Center partner, we had a student art exhibit at Hilton Head Island, Concours d'Elegance. Our partner actually framed all of that work and hung it for us. Now, more on that Coastal Discovery Museum High School Regional. 5 of our high schools participated, and our students won big. They won the Coastal Discovery Museum Award. They won the University of South Carolina Beaufort Center for the Arts Award. They won 5 Directors Awards, 2 of those going to students at Hilton Head Island High School, 1 going to to Battery Creek, 1 to Bluffton, and 1 to May River High School. It was an exceptional show, and I encourage each of you to attend that this year. We will be holding it at the University of South Carolina, Beaufort. Next, we had 48 student winners in the prestigious Scholastic Art and Writing Awards contest. 34 of those were from Hilton Head Island High School. 12 were from May River, and 2 were from Bluffton High. Out of those winners, 8 were Gold Key winners, 16 were Silver Key winners, and 14 were honorable mentions. That's a great showing for Beaufort County. Now I had to begin to dig into the data, which is always a critical piece when you're setting goals. When I looked at the 2021 data, I noted that we had identified 83 students who were white, 16 who were Black, and 36 who were other. That other for us represents our Hispanic population. I knew we could do better. I knew we had to do better. Based on that, I developed 2 goals for myself, and I put them into place through a strategic action plan. The first goal was to increase by 25% the number of overall students referred for gifted and talented artistic screening. The action plan I put into place was a tiny little piece of South Carolina's policy, which says parents could refer their children for screening. I want to publicly thank our award-winning communications department for helping me achieve that goal. We put out flyers, we posted on social media. We worked hard to get that out. In 2021, we referred 207 students for gifted and talented screening. In 2022, we referred 288 students. That is a 39% increase. But now, could we increase the numbers of students that were identified? And could we increase the numbers from our underrepresented populations? So my plan was to increase by 25% the numbers of students identified as artistically gifted and talented. The action plan I put into place to make that happen was the utilization of the state's process, and that uses teams of teachers, community artists. Publicly thank Chris Crabb for coming and helping me on that. He was very instrumental. Our progress on that goal in 2021, we identified 135 students. This year in 21-22, we identified 182 students. That is a 31% increase. This brings us to the point of breaking that plan down, focused on the numbers of students from diverse and underrepresented populations. We identified 106 white students. That's a 27% increase. We identified 27 African-American students, a 68% increase, and 49 who fell into that Hispanic or other category, which is a 36% increase. Even though those numbers seem huge and it's a solid increase, we have a lot of work to do to get to where we need to go. So that brings us on to next year. Last slide, Ms. Robin. Looking ahead, I'm currently working to secure 2 grants. One is with the Art Center of Coastal Carolina, focused on folk life, and we've entitled that Gullah on the Go. This will be a great opportunity for professional development for teachers and hands-on activities for students. The other grant is with Beaufort History Museum, and that is entitled Directed by Art, a development of maps using traditional art and craft forms in the Low Country. We're hoping to hear really positive things about those 2 grants soon. I'm also working to continue to secure additional professional growth opportunities for teachers. And as of right now, we have 12 sessions being offered at Summer Institute specifically for arts. I'm working to also secure additional avenues for identification this year. And I'm planning to continue to work with families, but also plan to tap into our community organizations like dance studios, instructors, theaters. It's my hope that we'll continue to have at least a 30% gain for next year. As we move forward, there's a lot left to do to make Beaufort County the Center for Arts Education in South Carolina. However, the overall goal is that when people think about Beaufort County, they won't just think world-class education, they'll think second to none in the academic arts. Thank you so much.
Stidrich.
Thank you, Ms. McKenzie.
Thank you.
That was fabulous, and appreciate the goal setting and then the data to support the achievement of the goals. Can you share a little bit? So what age group are most of our students identified? Is it out of elementary? Is it?
We identify grades 3 through 8, and that's state required.
3 through 8 and state required to identify for artistically.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Do you have any data to suggest that some of our schools, like the School for the Creative Arts, do they tend to have more students that are identified or as gifted, or some of our other schools of choice that are art schools, the middle schools that are art, do they tend to?
We tend to see more from our arts in the basic curriculum schools. And if I'm allowed, I'll just give you a quick explanation as to why. Our arts and basic curriculum schools, that arts is integrated into the regular classroom. When you're in grades 3 through 5, you are going to music and art once a week. When you're in grades 6 through 8, you may or may not have an art or a music class at the time that we're identifying. That was why I kind of wanted to go around it and pull the parents into the process, because who knows their students better than the parents? And I figured if this kid doesn't have music, he's got a mama who knows he's talented. So that was the reason there. Absolutely.
Ms. Boatright?
Thank you. This is one of the reasons I ran for school board, was to increase arts education in the schools. And I know part of my concern, and I think this is impressive, and I think you've got the goals and you're hitting those targets. What's missing from my point of view is high school. So much of this is focused on elementary school. And when you get to the high school point, there's not as many opportunities if you're truly, I don't think we have, do we have any students that made like all-state orchestra?
We did this year. And we also, when we were talking about those gold keys, silver key, and honorable mentions, those were all high school.
Was that that was in the visual arts?
That was in the
correct?
visual arts. We are working on the plan for next year to extend that.
Because my concern is this: the elementary school, and like I was looking at the Friends of Fripp concerts that you mentioned, and they talked about the elementary schools and that they were clapping their hands, and that's great. And getting kids interested in art in elementary school and expressing themselves. Then things kind of get cattywampus in middle school, and kids get more reserved. They're less comfortable. Something's not happening there, because what I see, and I know I'm very intimately familiar with Hilton Head's arts program, but I see it also in other schools. They're coming to the high school. You have to have those, and I'm going to talk about performing arts, because you can be a great writer in isolation. You cannot have a robust performing arts program without other performers, without a culture of performance. And when we had Hilton Head Island High School's graduation, the salutatorian, she was accepted to the NYU Tisch School of Arts, which is an incredibly competitive, top of the class acting program. And she
Yes,
thanked
ma'am.
her voice teacher. she didn't have the performing experience as you would expect. And I can tell you from my personal experience, we just don't have the level. If you truly want to pursue performing arts, or it's your passion, or it's what brings you to school every day, I don't see the opportunities much in the high school. And so I appreciate this, but I feel like so much of the emphasis is on developing an interest in art. But then there's got to be that handoff that those people who have a love of art that want to pursue it, that they have those opportunities in high school.
I agree with you, Cole.
So one of the, the district I came from had a School of the Arts high school program. One of the things that was essential in driving the success of that school, and it is amazing, right? I mean, those kids do performances that James Patterson, the author, James Patterson rents out the Theater of Performing Arts in the county for those kids to perform in December. And what you get there is a Broadway quality performance. And then they go to Juilliard and, right, Juilliard. So, okay. The reason that is where it is today is because there was a significant initiative and effort to get artists in residence that were a part of the faculty and staff at that school. And so you go after college level performing arts instructors at that level to really build that kind of program, which I think is what you're looking for. And it's
not Juilliard, but somewhere.
No, but that's the kind of exposure that kids need at that level, at that age, to develop and flourish in the arts, which is amazing, right? I mean, it really is. So that's what I'm getting at is there's a financial commitment in that direction to do something at that level.
Do you mind if I? Go ahead. And I think that's excellent. I would love to see that as a goal, to increase funding and develop an artist in residence, because, and I hate to keep harping on Hilton Head, it's just what I know. So I'm just going to use it as an example. We have that level of performers that live on Hilton Head that might do it, that want to be involved in the schools. And that's what happens to a lot of performing arts majors at Hilton Head is they will go to Hilton Head Dance Company. They will go to Main Street Youth Theater. They will go to private lessons. But what you lose with that, you're so ready to speak, is the culture of the performing arts. Because I want the kids that want to go to Juilliard and Tisch to have that opportunity. But I really want, is there are a lot of kids who love it, who might come to school and and go to the classes they hate, whether it's math. Absolutely. And have that and have that attendance, because they have to do that to get to participate in the band, to get to be in the jazz choir, to get to be in the performance. So to me, if we can put that into the goals as well.
So as we do that, one of the things, I want to reaffirm what you were just saying, about the community, because those funding initiatives were not just really school district funding initiatives, but those were community funding initiatives with that level of interest to get that quality of presence there from artists in residence, right? So it was heavy on that community level financial support in order to get that off the ground and sustain it.
And just if I could real quick, that was the focus of our April meeting with our Kennedy Center partner. We did send students over to the Charlotte Ballet Company that came into Hilton Head. And my real focus for next year is to start a portfolio process for our middle and high school. So hopefully our Kennedy Center partner is going to be instrumental in helping us get that started. But I do understand that is a need. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Else, I'd just like to say, thank you for your presentation. And, it just goes to show you set those measurable goals, you set a number and you did it. And
we did it.
That is a lesson for every teacher. And, out there, you have to set goals for yourself and for your students so that you can Okay, Mel? Okay, William?
First, I would just like to say thank you for your presentation and thank you for your hard work and all that you do in this district. Secondly, I just wanted to my questions is always, now I understand that this is gifted and talented, but how are we going to put in there these students with IEPs or 504s? How are we incorporating them into this?
Yes, sir. We're working on that as well. As a matter of fact, through our Kennedy Center partner again, we have an adaptive art camp for students with disabilities this summer. We had 2 throughout the school year, one in the fall and one in the spring. They are definitely on our radar. We want to make sure that all students have the opportunity.
And to share, Mr. Smith, our ABC schools are open access for all students as well. So a student with an IEP or an ILAP at the ABC schools, it is curriculum across the board with integration of art. Teachers this year, through the work with Ms. McKinsey and Dee Appleby, we've been able also to acquire a wonderful integrated lesson plan tool that is probably amongst half of our schools now already. So teachers are able to pull lessons that are aligned with the state standards, and that's within our schools as well. So our students now have all full access.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the superintendent report, and Ms. Crosby was reading my mind. It's already up there on deck and ready to go. Fiscal responsibility, we have update on the first reading at county council of our budget, as well as the school food service transformation. We know that, transition. We know that was important conversation and important to our board to make sure that goes well. So we want to talk a little bit about that today.
Right. Thank you. Good evening. I provided a brief update to the board members via email already, but I wanted to make sure basically the viewing audience also heard the message regarding where we are in the budget process. So the board's approval on May 17th and certification of the budget, the 2022-23 budget led to then movement to seek approval from county council in 3 readings. So that work began on Monday, May 23rd. We had a county council meeting at Burton Wells Recreation Center, and we provided an executive summary, much like the board has received, and key points of information and summarized information, as well as many of the details in the budget. A number of questions were asked, good questions, many of which we already had answered for the board, and things that we have discussed on many occasions. And so a few remaining responses are going to be included in a packet we're working on this week. And so the council did vote with unanimous consent to approve the budget in the first reading. So again, our budget is the priority is employee compensation. And as we follow the lead of the governor and the state house, we are recommending some significant pay increases for teachers this year. So it is an easy message to deliver in terms of the budget. I've been doing this for many years, and that is when you have one priority, and that's teacher salaries, and it's an easy sell to the constituents and to the elected officials. So I'm very encouraged by the discussions we had and the questions that they had, and look forward to the next meeting. So we have 2 meetings coming up. Second reading is Monday, June 13th at County Council Chambers in Beaufort at 6:00 p.m. And then third and final reading will be Monday, June 27th, also at Council Chambers at 6 p.m. So again, I'm encouraged. I think that this will be a relatively easy process going through, and I think that we have a lot of support for the budget. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right. Next item, food service transitions. So this evening, I'm going to introduce Sheila Burtz. Sheila Burtz is our business systems coordinator in the district. She's responsible for integrating, implementing our Nova Time system. We're automating our time clock system. She is responsible for our mobile athletic ticketing processes and mobile ticketing for other services as well. So she's also upgrading our Munis financial software right now. So we're getting ready to go to the cloud. So she wears a lot of hats. But recently I approached her to request her to oversee the transition of the food service program. I'm very much in the depths of the budget and still pulled to that area into the many financial large topics like bond issues and so on. So I really felt like I needed to give some more attention to that area. And I felt like she had the background to be able to do a very good job at that. So far, she's really hit the ground running and working side by side with the nutrition group. And I'm going to let her speak this evening and talk to you a little bit about what they've been doing. Thanks.
I got to pull in reinforcements. Thank you, board, for this opportunity. First, I'd like to recognize the nutrition group personnel that has patiently waited through the meeting today. If you guys could stand for me. This team has been working this week with the onboarding process of our employees to get them transitioned from Sodexo to the nutrition group. And I'm going to refer to them as TNG. Okay, so everybody will know who I'm talking about as I speak. Thank you, guys. Along with me, come on up. These are our two project managers, let's say that is representing TNG and working close with me. This is Lyle Carrick. He's the regional manager of business development. He lives in Greenville, South Carolina. And Joe Geiswhite, I got it correct. I struggle with his name. He is the vice president of school division for TNG. And Joe will actually be relocating to Beaufort County for us. Okay. We have provided an executive summary for you, and I hope that you've had time to look at it. If not, I'm just going to highlight on a couple of things that has been happening. On Monday, May 23rd, we finalized the contract with TNG, and we hit the ground running on that day. We started visiting every school within the district, including all early childhood centers as well as ACE. In those visits, they measured equipment, the serving lines and so forth, getting ready for the branding of TNG within our schools based off the level of the school. Along with that, they did look at some of the equipment that was in the kitchens, as well as cold and dry goods that were being stored. We will do an official inventory in the transition of Sodexo to TNG at the end of June when their contract expires. So I'll have more to report after that. Most importantly, we met with the people. That was the biggest thing that we needed to do. So myself included, I was along for all of these visits for 4 days. Every person that was in the building that worked for food services, we touched, we talked to, and personally introduced ourselves and had a great time doing it. After we did that, we then scheduled 3 meetings in that week, one on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday in the afternoon. And that gave TNG the capability to present more about their company and allow the personnel to ask more in-depth questions. The meetings were very successful. The dialogue was very open, and we were pleased with the result. The largest meeting was here at the district office. We had the most, probably 50, 60 people in the room that came in, and they were very open throughout the whole process as far as their opinions. So brings us to this week. We start onboarding. Today, we had 2 locations that were available for the employees serving the northern part of the county. Beaufort Middle School opened their doors for us, and we did the majority, I guess, of the onboarding at Beaufort Middle School. And then ACE supported south of the Broad. And what's the turnout?
Between the two, we did, the last count was 78 people we onboarded today.
So that's about 60% of our current employee base.
So we repeat this tomorrow. They'll be at the same locations tomorrow, waiting for more people to come in. And then we will look at who has not applied and then go, make sure that we make that personal phone calls because we do not want to lose anybody in this process. We've actually been out lobbying to get more people back, get those people that have left us back. On Thursday, we'll be handling the Hilton Head cluster. Hilton Head High School will be hosting us there in the ROTC rooms. And we'll have a couple of representatives from this group back here at Hilton Head. So as we progress, I will provide you updates on how we're progressing. We have a lot to do between now and the first of the school year, and we're open for any questions.
Dr. Glantz?
Thank you for your presentation and welcome, and I'm glad to hear one of you is relocating to Beaufort County. So it's, you answered my question while you were speaking, and that is your onboarding is that the employees that are currently in food service that want to continue in that position or in food service are filling out applications with your company. And then per your executive summary, you are taking walk-ins. So I think that's very important for the public to hear tonight, that if somebody is interested in working in food service in our schools, please attend the meetings that were just reported out so we can evaluate you.
So walk-ins are welcome. They do have the capability to complete applications on site. They've done a lot of that today. And again, if you are listening and you are interested in a position, please come by and see us again at Beaufort Middle School from 8 to 5 tomorrow, or ACE, the BJ ACE Academy on 170 from 8 to 5 tomorrow. And there'll be somebody there to help you. And then if you are on Hilton Head, for convenience, again, it will be Hilton Head High School on Thursday, 6/9.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I definitely just want to say thank you and welcome. I'm looking forward to y'all. I've had the same with how the staff was pretty much transparent. The students and faculty and staff will be transparent. So I'm really, the bar is raised high. I'm looking for you gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen to come in and serve our students to where they should, at the level that they should be served. I welcome you and looking forward to hear from you and looking for and know that we're going to get some great positive feedback from coming out of the gate. So welcome. Thank you. Thank y'all.
Okay.
We look forward to it too.
Yes, sir.
Colonel Geyer?
I'm sorry.
Could you give us your salary range for the people that you're looking to hire?
For the hourly employees?
Yes.
So the hourly employees are all going to be starting at $14 an hour. So it depends on the position after that point. And we've made salary adjustments to all employees, current Sodexo employees that are coming on as well.
So I will speak in the negotiation part of the contract. I did participate in that portion, and Colonel Geyer was there before we started negotiating. We really fought hard for the employees, and we fought hard for what they deserve. And then we know that we've lost good talent because it is so competitive now with the hourly rates. And TNG stepped up and has helped us with that.
Ms. Boatwright?
Are you advertising? We have a lot of ESOL workforce on Hilton Head. Are you conducting interviews in Spanish? Do you have literature in Spanish that can be handed out?
We do have a whole set of literature that we can get and make sure we get it out there. We'll pull all that tonight, and so that it's available and out there on Hilton Head, and we'll get it out to your communications team as well, so it gets out, put out.
Thank you.
Okay.
William?
I apologize. I definitely have to thank the home team. What's your name now? I apologize.
Sheila Burtz.
Mrs. Burtz, I'm not going to be embarrassed. Mrs. Burtz, thank you for what you're doing, because your presentation was spot on. It was very informative, bit by bit, piece by piece. I really appreciate how informative you was and how you took your time and gave great, accurate information. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mrs. Crosby too with that. Appreciate that.
Okay. Dr. Rodriguez? Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya, and thank you, team. That concludes our superintendent's report this evening.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Glatz?
We ready to go to board
Board
business action?
business action. I mean, you didn't even give me a chance to say it. Okay.
I move that the Board of Education approve and accept the donation from the Pritchardville Elementary School Parent-Teacher Organization in the amount of $18,357.63 to the Pritchardville Elementary School for field trips for all grade levels.
Seconded.
Okay, Mr. Smith seconded. Any discussion?
Oh.
Dr. Glatz?
I just want to thank the Pritchardville Elementary PTO. It's a very generous, thoughtful donation. Thank you.
And to be used for field trips is awesome. I mean, we get to supplement our students, get them out in the world for experiences that we know are so very important. Any other discussion? Okay, I'll call the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? No. So it passes 10-0. That brings us down to the consent agenda. Dr. Wisniewski?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay.
Saw you all
Race
poised.
here,
Power
seconded
for-
by Ingrid Boatright. Any discussion regarding the consent agenda? Seeing
ahead.
none, there's no discussion, sorry. All those in favor of the consent agenda, please
Aye.
signify by saying aye. Aye. 10-0.
I abstained.
Oh, you abstained. Okay. 9-1.
Yeah.
9 yes, 1 abstention. That's okay. Okay. All right, next on the agenda, future agenda topics. Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if this would be something for the academic committee, but I had received some questions from the public in regard to our alternative programs in middle and high school. So I don't know if it would be best for it to go to academics first, but I just want to throw it out there. I can give more information to if it does go to academics.
Ms. Boatright?
I'd like to get an update on our community engagement programs. We've done the one, St. Helena, and they've been talking about others, but I haven't heard anything in a while.
Any other requests? Okay. Second public comments. Ms. Wilda Chisholm.
Thank you again for the opportunity. And I would like to announce that I have tried every level of chain of command before coming here today. I have been trying on every level, school level, district level, several requests. I would like to request at this time, I have a laptop that's issued from Beaufort County School District that I am all of my rights to use it has been taken. And I will ask this afternoon, whoever has the authority for me to have access to that, because there's a lot of information on there that I have tried to send through to share, but it would be so much easier if I could just touch an email and send it through. Also, I was hospitalized on the 17th of May, sent by ambulance from my school. Missed work on that 17th and the 18th, 19th. I was told that I was put on administrative paid leave from the 20th until the end of the school year. I received my last paycheck on Friday, and I don't know if anyone else lives from paycheck to paycheck. I'm a 15-year widow who provides for myself. So from my paycheck on this past Friday, I was missing pay from the time I was hospitalized because I was sent from my school on the 17th, the 18th, the 19th, the 20th, the weekend after the weekend, the 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, straight through until June 2nd. However, the pay period is calculated. I have not been paid for administrative leave that says I've been placed on that shows no record. I would like to leave copies of this for someone because I've requested from HR, every level of HR, to give me an explanation as well as a meeting to help me with this, as well as, so sorry. May I please have copies of documents, forms that I record? The reason why I was placed on, they recorded me as being on administrative leave. May I please have copies of forms that I filed that says why I wasn't paid? May I please have copy of my paycheck stubs, because I have no right to copy them. I have no way to copy them now because my rights have been taken from my computer. May I please have access to my emails, information made available to me from Beaufort County School District laptop that I was assigned. May I please have copies of all documents and forms that refer to an incident on May 17th, which I was transported from St. Helena Elementary School by ambulance. May I please have copies that formally explain the status and the process of reports that I made on the Beaufort County School District See Something, Say Something online report option. May I please have copies of information that records my records of violations that were against staff members. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, folks. We can't go to adjournment because I neglected announcements. So I skipped right over that. Are there any announcements at this time? Okay, there's a reason I skipped over it, right? Okay, so at this point, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, we do. I move
Okay.
that the board adjourns.
And second it?
I second that.
All right, all. I thank